All right. Good morning, everyone. Let's get into it. So that's probably the last thing I'll do before I upload her is some variation for her hair. So we're going to try to do that. Maybe I'll do some hue changing for the eyes as well. It's a good chance I'm going to turn down this intense music. Yeah, let's get into it. It's looking a lot better. I feel like a little bit of a gap right there. I don't know. That's not egregious. Okay, look, added some depth to her eyes. Very pleased with how that came out. She looks good. Awesome. All right. So my thoughts for the hair is that we really would like to make it flexible. There's a lot of work that goes into making hair, but what I've realized is that, so for example, on this one, is that I have the texture in order to create the different strands. I can use a bunch of different strands, different types of hair strands, but they all have roots and tips, and there's kind of a standard way we can apply changes to them, because in a sense they have this common factor between them. So what I've done is created with a decal on my hair shaders a little color changer, so we can like blend in different colors in a way where it kind of fades, and then we would also be able to blend it in and out, so a little bit more, a little bit less, just kind of get these variants really easily. So I'm going to try to expose these controls to the player. We're going to do that by, let's focus on just the one hair color for now. I'm going to go back to the blonde hair that I'm making. It looks pretty good. Not quite, a little strawberry-ish. And we're going to review. We actually need to take some notes here because there's a big list of stuff. So let's work on my notes on the other screen. Today's the 17th for 2025. And for the hair shader animatable parameters, let's move it over here. Shader is not a word. Is it? Okay. So for our parameters, we definitely have the decals to start with. This color just here, we can change the gradation factor. Do I want that animatable? No, I don't think so. That's going to be our base. So we'll leave that alone. Our decals here. So I could make them glow as well. That doesn't look very good. We're going to use the actual emission special effects shaders, actual emission properties to animate them, not the decal. So, and those have color, alpha, and hue shift. And times 2. Hello, Plasma. Welcome. Welcome. It's fixed? That's good to hear. For now, hopefully the delay doesn't increase over time. Working on some hair this morning. to start with. And then we're going to switch over to getting this character on Gumroad because it's time. All right. We also have the shadow map here, which gives it a little bit of a darker vibe. So a AO strength. Should probably be pretty minimal overall. Something like that at default. Okay, rim lighting's fine. Environmental rim's fine. The outline. These values. Outline color adjust. That's oh wait, and then emission. Strength. Strength. Base color override. Saturation and hue. Okay. So those are the parameters we need to create. So in our hair, what's the best way to do this? Okay. So we'll probably want to make a prefab. For now, we'll make an object in here, which we'll call VR Forge shared air controller, something like that. VRCF. Yeah, something like that. We'll add a full controller to this. Or I think we can just use toggles. No, we have to use a full controller. That's a little annoying. For a toggle, for a VOC Fury toggle, can we rename the paths? No. But we can animate a property. That would work. Because well, I hope it worked. Okay, let's put it into the character hierarchy. Let's lock in the hair. Hair. Hair's right here. Customizable blonde. Lock it in. And lock this in. And the hair shader shouldn't matter. That's a lot. What happens if I click it? So it's just body and then this property here. Okay, good. And I believe that for our properties, we can copy property name. And then if we go back, then that's what we want to adjust right there. Apply to all. So that's the hair color. And we could make it into a slider. Sure, we'll just say that for right now. Hello, Arisa. Welcome. Long time no see. I know, it has been a while. Let's see. This would be tip. I've been doing well. Taking things slow, working on this avatar right here. Right now we're making some kind of, it'll be a hair controller. So an easy way to adjust hair colors. So we set up this hair. Is this a commission? No, this will be a product. So I'll be selling her probably starting today. Fingers crossed. Things work out, if not tomorrow. Excuse me. Ooh. How have been your sales? Pretty minimal right now. Just gearing up, mostly working on products and stuff at the moment. Easing into it. Okay, so let's see if that works. If we add this hair tint. How about yourself, though? Your commission's treating you well? It should adjust the color. No, because the alpha is the same thing. So let's actually copy, paste as new, and we'll do hair tip. I understand. Well, I hope you have success in sales. Thank you. Yeah, I have to go through and just get it manually uploaded in a few places. Commission has been well. My clients had to disappear temporarily and was fine with that because I was kind of feeling burnt out, especially because I was taking on like 6 commissions at one point. Whew. That's certainly a lot to juggle. Well, hope that's kind of easing off a little bit. Color mode. Oh wait, by changing the root. Property should be decal 0 actually. And property set to 1. Default 0.75. Let's see what that does. Yeah, I kind of want to finish these commissions and work on products too. I have a lot of crazy ideas to make. Ooh, I'm excited to hear that. I think it's kind of where my heart's been as well. This should be changing the color. What's going on? Apply to all renderers. Ah, I see. Copy animated property name. There we go. Also, beginning sales constantly just from booth is usually 20 to 48 USD much, which isn't much, or USD monthly, which isn't much, but the fact that it's constant is really refreshing. Absolutely. So I look forward to increasing that. Then you can copy the property name in the Poyomi material directly. I was just copying the wrong one. I was copying the property name, but I need the animated property name. No, did I copy the right thing though? Boom. Here. Paste that. Bam. Yeah, that's better. And then we'll go to alpha. Animated. Keep looking that one. It doesn't have decal 0 anymore, so I think these are correct. Do I like commissions or sales more? I personally prefer, it really depends. I've had some great clients I've worked with. At the end of the day, though, I do think that I'm just kind of the person that's a little resistant to, I just want to do my own thing. So I prefer kind of putting time into the things that kind of intrigue me. So I think I personally prefer products because it gives me an excuse to kind of do my own thing. So that's really what I'm looking forward to. But I do enjoy commissions. Prefer money. Certainly, that's what got me into it. Long term, I'm hoping that I can just kind of pursue a very fun projects, kind of make it all happen there. That should be working. The hue shift's working fine. Maybe it's because it's the same color. It's like also a red or something. Okay. Let's change it. So yeah, we'll do the hue shift. Funny. These two are not, I don't see a difference at all. All right, copy animated property. Back to here. And we'll actually add one more menu. Call it hair tip / hit. That. Boom. This one will be. Ah. Oh, I'm moving slow today. Well, I stayed up a little bit too late last night with some buddies. We're out drinking. It was nice, but my head hurts. We're surviving. And this will be hue. I don't even know if I need this one at all, actually. Just these two. How intense is it, and what color is it? Yeah. I guess the other one was for saturation. That's really what we're changing. Yeah. Okay. Save. Play. Need to be more like you, to be honest. Kind of last part in which I have fun making the things I do. For once, I think I'm going to make some stuff just for enjoyment. I think that's going to be better in the long run. What's funny to me is I feel like a lot of the things that have ended up being the most well received are the things that I really put that I just kind of did on a whim, whereas like purely for myself. Those end up seem to have done every time I put too much thought into something, I feel or too much planning, not necessarily thought, but um, sometimes that just sometimes it's a little challenging to figure out what's the right call. All right, that looks cool. Change the hue. We can do something like this. Boom, and then this should change the saturation. All right, this one's not even doing anything. Let's get rid of that one. Cool. Okay, that should give us some nice blending. All right. That's some more. We do want to make sure that for all of these, they are saved between worlds. That's pretty much it. Something else. I think just make sure it's saved. Boom. Boom. Easy. All right. Copy component, paste component as new. See what I'll do. The only condition for this world is just to make it for a booth avatar, not my avatar as much as I love it, just so I have a better balance. But we'll see what I'll do. Slowly healing from this deep burnout I had. Well, I wish you well. I've definitely been there. And yeah, just takes time. You'll be back on your feet in no time. That's a little crunchy there. All right. So that's a hair tip. Now we're going to do the same with the hair root. So the first decal is for the tip. Second decal, or the one decal, is our other one. Q shift. Shift 1. Okay, so that's all we need to do is add a 1 after the end of these. So we'll copy this one as well. Paste component as new. And I'm just going to try to match their layout. Then we'll just add a 1 here. Pretty sure that's oh, this is hard to read. Saturation, tip, alpha, Q shift, tip, 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 root. Yeah, that's just one. Hopefully the one is right there. Hello, Necatron. Welcome. Inspired me to learn some Blender today. Hey, that's good to hear. That's good to hear. Hope you're enjoying your start on that journey. And then one more up here. Copy component. Actually, no, this one didn't do anything. So let me just be those 4. Do a strawberry milkshake in Blender. Hang on, what Blender are we talking about again? The evil one. I'll be right back. I'm gonna make a cup of coffee. making Enryu from Geiger. They had to black out all the mech parts, but going well. Block out. Well, good. That's exciting. Enryu. The fun design. Very cool. Well, if you aren't already, a VR chat avatar is always a fun way to make use of any character you're making. Make the model, rig it, and then just drop it in Unity and get in VR chat, if that interests you. Excuse me. So for the hair root is what we're working on now. Be able to shift the color, and I can see that it's a little more minimal. Oh, I see what's happening. So for the blonde, this does have this decal, which I did not have with this. That's why it feels kind of mild compared to the other one. So the same. All right, pretty. That there, save, and try again. And now we should be able to adjust that hair root. Wow. Now there's some color changing for you. I feel like it should be a little bit darker. Or I'd also like to be able to control the luminosity. Luminosity. I can make Minecraft looking object, basic animations like a door opening and closing. That's about it. Yeah, it's a good start, you know? I feel like all of those things, I mean, realistically, that's what Minecraft started with. most of it was pretty straightforward. Now, draw her making a sandwich. Delicious sandwich. Luminosity. Can I adjust that? I have hue shift. I have the alpha, blend mode. I guess I could adjust the value. Draw her in a reasonably priced car. No such thing. No such thing. All cars are too expensive. You know, I think I'll leave this one alone. And what we'll do instead is use the alpha, or where is it? Shading, light data, right here. Copy that animated property name for the shadow map strength. Okay. And we'll go back here and copy the component and paste component as new. This one will be hair root slash, let's say hair shadow. Boom. Okay. Something to that effect. And let's just continue sampling more of the properties. So emission, well, actually outline would be the next one. I think I just want to be able to control the value. And we'll do this, paste as new. We'll do hair edge. Strength. Just hair edge. Whatever that looks like. Ah. You're animating these properties on materials using Poyomi, but materials don't have a property set to as animated. Yes, they do. That's a lie. Mainly make worlds for a VR chat for my friends. Rosie's Nightclub. Nice. Made some AI-based NPCs. Started making a demo for a VR chat game. Got halfway done, and I got a new job, so I stopped. With this mecha, would I need to group all the limbs as I want it to transform, or could everything be loose and I just animate the transformation? For making a humanoid compatible or a model that works with the avatar system, you have to use a humanoid skeleton. So you could use something like Blender's Rigify or AutoRig Pro for a starting skeleton. Let's see. Here. I'm not sure. I've never used this before. I just Googled this, but this is a VR chat based rig. So this might be a good starting point for you if you're just looking for something that was made in Blender with VR chat in mind. And it's free, so that might be a good start. In fact, just taking any model that you know works in Blender and breaking it apart might give you a lot of insight. So you don't. Now, if you already know that and you're asking how would you make a transforming mech, that would get a lot more complicated because you have to use VR chat constraints. And that's a little challenging. It's a must when you use standard locomotion systems like GoGo Loco, or just use VRChat's default. Otherwise, you have to make your own animations for that rig, which is very impractical. Absolutely, and as well, it wouldn't work with the IK system. The IK being the tracking. Kind of crazy. Should start with small animation before you make the big jump. That thing is super hard. Yeah, an actual mech transforming, that would be a project. Doable, but intense. Okay, so here, the property I just copied was this color adjust, and it's actually just a vector for, or an array for floats. Hue, saturation, value. So I guess that's if I make it super dark. Okay, so we need two values and have it start in the middle somewhere. Where was it before? It's just at point, let's just say 0. 6. just 0 to 1, default 0.5. AI NPC sounds really interesting. Yeah, actually, you're totally right, Plasma. I'd love to know what you mean by the AI-based NPCs. Um, are they interactable? If so, that's super interesting. I'd love to know a little more about that. Excuse me. To screenshot this. There. I have to go back to here. So the value we want, we only want to adjust one of these. 0, saturation 1, and yeah. One. So let's just duplicate this one. I can't. Need to do another material property, and I would just copy this. When the avatar will be like it is in the editor. Okay. And that means I'd want it. At 0. But I'm going to leave it at 0.5. I'm going to do exactly what it suggests there. Is the apply. So we can actually get rid of this one. Apply during upload. We want to set a material property on all of them. %. Okay, that should work. We just need to make sure it goes before this one. Move it to the very top. Play. I also wonder how much VRChat World can handle as far as processing goes. You certainly couldn't do it. You could do like a logic path, like standard gaming stuff, of course. But for something like running neural networks or like actually interfacing with a chat GPT or something, you would have to have it interface with like a server or something. So offload that thinking to a server, and it would just like call it. It would read it. I don't know how soon we are to something like that, but I see what I'm missing on the material. which is for this one. Right, unlock it. Using another server's API. This server would host the app. Interesting. It's doable, and I have seen AI bots in VR chat before. I walked into one and there was like 4 LLMs or something, old chat bots. This was like two years ago, and it they were just spouting nonsense at each other, but it was interesting. For my outline, wherever it went, I should have used the texture. Should have used the same texture. Hmm. That didn't look as good as I'd like. Hmm. Yeah, I think we'll keep it as it was. All right. I think that's almost it. We've got the first decal controls, second decal controls. We have the shading. We have the edge. We're just missing emission now. You know what I should do, actually? Where do I want to save this? I'll actually save it in here. And we'll call this hair animated parameters. That'll be a lot simpler because I'm going to lose track of these things and it's kind of slowing me down to go back and forth so often. So, place. And this is in the color adjust saturation. Move it down. It's one. Make sure to note that in case I restart that demo and expand it to a full game. Heck yeah, that'd be awesome. My AI is pretty simple at the moment. They use pre-made audio, have head fall and some walk. The vice seams and blinkings are all done using Udon Sharp, nice. And accessing the blend shapes, then script the matches the audio to the vice seams. Very, very cool. That's awesome. That's good to hear. I'd definitely be interested in following along your progress. Do you have like a Twitter handle or something? And don't feel obligated to share, but I'd be happy to see what you're up to. All right, let's keep going here. with the emission. So copy component, paste component as new, and this will be hair emission slash strength. Then this one will be use base colors. And it's just a Boolean though. I don't think we need this as a slider. It should just be a toggle. Okay. Same with this one. So copy component, base component as new. And we'll call this one override base colors. Okay. Next one should be sliders though, color adjust. Base component as new. Only on my YouTube, my VR chat, which is Nectronics. Well, super, super cool. And what kind of game are you just looking to have like NPCs in the world, or are you making a specific type of game? Either way, cool stuff. I love that kind of thing. So very excited to see what we make. And hue shift. Let's go ahead and prefab this now. Yeah, that's fine. Actually, I do want to prefab it, and then we would just add it directly into the elves as well, and we just override this. Fine. So now the prefab's tucked into this prefab. Prefab and a prefab. All right, good stuff. Well, there you go. Oh, our eyes are looking around. Now go to there. We do hair shadow. Hair edge. I don't know how much I want that. It's kind of a whatever. And then emission, so we can turn up that strength. So it is doing stuff, but just very minimal amount. That slider must go up quite a bit more than what we have it doing. Oh, there we go. Okay. I'll also do that. Yeah, the strength of that emission could definitely go a lot higher. All right. Pretty exciting to me. There OCs are companion characters. There's a lot of people that come to the world aren't very sociable with others, so I make these NPCs to be as near to real as VR chat can handle. Also, doesn't help that I'm making them for quest law. And that's pretty cool. I like that. Of course, now this is tucked in here. Strength of the emission, the value. Like, stronger. Just a little bit. Gonna go a bit even more. I'm tempted to put it even higher, but I think that's a good maximum amount right there. I think I can do better with getting these to line up or change color. Actually, that's pretty good. A little bit better. Nice. Okay. And then come on. Come on. And that's just the actual color. Hmm. I wonder if I can blend this together. All right. Well, there's some wild color, hair color for you. All right. Good stuff. So that should give um, any of the players a lot of ability to change their. Oh, I want to see what it looked like on the other hair as well. Okay, cool. Nothing too crazy. All right. So I think we're going to break down our character into a few products. Gumroad uploads. So we're going to have customizable hair shader. We'll have the hair pack. We'll have the armor. We'll have the eyes. Ooh, and that's actually what I want to do next, is change the eye color, because that'll be really cool. Let me go back really quick. When I copy a material property, double checking. I can't give it a custom property name other than just changing the name of the material itself. I could have multiple materials all named hair, even though they're different types of hair. As long as I kept the name the same, like eye or hair, then all the animations would find the proper spot and change things appropriately. Yeah, definitely some hue shifting on the eye would go a long way. Okay. So that's what we're gonna make next. We'll call this VRCF avatar shared eye controller. And eventually we'll drop it right in here too. But I'm gonna go to the restroom really quick. I'll be right back. Again, PayPal giving me headaches. It's been pretty bad the last few months. They've asked me to verify my account a few times, and I was like, I literally just did this. Yeah, punks. But I'll be right back. 1 second, y'all. All right, I'm back. All right, so cool. Hair shader, hair customizer, eye customizer. Hmm. Oh, do some customization for, I suppose, everything else too. I don't know. I don't think I want to spend too much time customizing everything. But at the same time, people love that kind of stuff, so give that a little more. Been a finicky spot, and I think I'll not be able to use my Payoneer card there anymore. They are asking me to change the address, but the UI doesn't let me put the actual address. I don't live in the place where my card was issued at, so I can't change my account's region either. Interesting. That's definitely a tough situation. I'm not sure if your bank uses Zelle, but I was considering switching over to that previously. Getting a little distracted right now. I live in the US, remember, I'm Latin American, and Payoneer is the reason why I can be in this business to begin. Interesting. I'm not very familiar with what Payoneer is. It sounds like a bank to me, I guess. That was my assumption. Got this little edge there. Okay, some things to clean up, but we'll move on to the eyes. Go to the eye material right here. Unlock it. Oh, I hate that. Like a UI bug where you can't click your materials for some reason. All right. So do color adjust. I think we can actually just use our height. But inverted, no ability to invert there. Again, pretty cool. But we need a mask texture. If I put an alpha on my eye, actually that's an interesting question. If I had an alpha texture on my eye, that means I could pack in the height into it. That'd be cool. Not sure to name it, but it's basically an entity that allows you to have multi-currency bank account. It's not a bank. Let me make that clear. Connects your bank account. Gotcha. Business solutions. So I can't receive payments directly from clients. I do, however, can receive payments from the entities where my clients pay, for example, PayPal. Fascinating. That's interesting. Oh. Oh, there are a lot of options here. Huh, that's pretty cool, honestly. Okay, but that's not what I'm going to be using here, though. All right, so for the eye, definitely want to be able to change the hue. Hmm. Can't wait for the day PayPal loses their tyrannical hegemony. Hegemony? Hegemony. Hegemony. I don't disagree at all. PayPal's time is long overdue. Figured out the transformations. You have the avatar, then have the vehicle. Okay. I want this one. Looks cool, but it's changing the color of the pupil, or the white part is hello Arctic. Sclera. Ooh, that leads to some interesting changes. Oh, that's cool. It's a little pixelated. Damn. That's a little intense. They both look a little odd. So you do that. Then if we did a decal on top of it, of a part that targets in the inner eye. Using global masks. Not yet. Not yet. Right now I don't have enough properties to warrant it, but I can see the use. That's scary. There we go. We arranged 3 streams side by side on my monitor so I can work while I watch everyone. Panopticon. As soon as I learned about global mass, I feel like I send it as ours and enter demi godhoodness. Multitasking must be hard. Also grew additional sets of ears to go with the monitors. We'll tell the other streams I say hi. Okay, yesterday we were working with this eye texture, so it really won't be difficult to make that mask. Who are the others? Who are you cheating on us with? I'm part of multiple. Not cheating, I'm polyviewers. That's funny. Right about there. Boom. Maybe a little bit of blur. Let me undo that. Little tiny bit of blur towards the edge. Probably right there. Something like that. Save. I do kind of wish it was a perfect circle, but whatever. And then we're going to export this. Hmm. Hmm. If I packed the channels, I can do a few different things. For now, let's just do this one. File, export. Fascinating. Sam Cow doesn't exist. He can't hurt you. I just see Sam Cow ... Sorry, I'm having fun playing around with this. It's probably a little bit more I want to do to make these eyes a little bit more believable. But we're going to start with that folder. Did I open that up? No. It's right here. Yeah, I'm basically going to make a version 2 of my eye in a moment. And we will do a PNG because then I could pack 4 channels eventually. We'll do eye, blue, green. Save. For now, let's do this one. Okay. Need to invert that mask. So we'll remove it here. Put it here. Inverted. Merge. And now we can tint the whole of it. Even use the height decal. And we change the color blend to screen, I guess. I have no idea which one I like, though. I'm not happy with my avatar's eyes, so how did I fix it? I changed my glasses to sunglasses. Don't look at me! You can get pretty intense with this. That's not even with the hue shift over here. I have to swap this. And I am going to make it perfect. Oh, that's fascinating. Also has depth. Interesting. That's creepy. I don't know if I don't think I do. It's cool. Okay. But we could do this to just the inner and just the outer as well in order to create even more ways to vary the eye color. Damn, that looks really awesome. That's with the emission strength. Now make her eye grill a cheese. Delicious. I'm gonna clip that and make a 10-hour version. Okay, we're gonna get a little crazier. This seems a little intense. I'm just gonna avoid that for right now. Like the idea though. I like the idea. I'm just gonna avoid touching that for now. Didn't show you, well, I forgot. I made a hairpin, which its gem has an actual universe. It's using a cube map. Oh, very cool. I love that kind of stuff. Okay, so this is the decal emission. What happens if I use the emission? Use base colors. That's what I wanted. Yes, okay. So you copied the idea. I think you make great stuff with your creativity. Thank you, Lisa. I appreciate that. Put the height in here. No, not quite bright enough. Oh. That looks pretty cool. I like that. Give them a little glow. Okay. Super cool. Hit play really quick while we're adjusting. Oh, I can't. It's gonna lock the shader. Can I disable VRC Fury? That'd be a handy feature. I will. Okay. I shouldn't get too sidetracked, even though I'm already sidetracked. Gonna keep center off. We got scrolling, all those other things. This is just the base emission using the base color. We'll definitely get renamed of that. And I don't think I need the hue shift because I am just using the color that's already there and I'm already adjusting it otherwise. So we'll just leave it as is. Because up here, right here, we're adjusting the color. Cool. Very cool. Damn, I think I love that. All right. Merge. Merge. I feel like this isn't doing too much. This seems kind of useless, this decal. Maybe just on replace or mixed. We would do replace. Then we just can lower the alpha and fart around with it there. And that's really the only combo that seems to give me any result I'm looking for. All right. Now for my hair, I do have these gradients. We're gonna use them to test something really quick. I'm gonna drop the blonde in here. Interesting. I love the gradation map option. It's great, but the mask doesn't seem to be doing anything to prevent that because it's affecting the sclera. But it is looking at the base texture. Okay, I think what I could do is on the decal. Yeah, on the decal, what we're gonna do instead of all this is we will add it in inverted here, and on this second decal, we're just gonna use it exactly as it is right now. Full color, because that should create a white color mask that sits on top of everything, as we can see it right there. Color change here is annoying. But now the color, the gradation is capped. Hue shift here does very little. Okay, we're going to do one more test here. No. We already have the height. That should work. So we would want to take it, replace the main texture with the height texture, which looks fascinating. It's kind of close. So it's just before we layer on this, yeah, this one here. Something like this, where this is white, the center is black, and then everything else is gray. Not that it matters what the outside edge is. We're not using that anymore. I'm going to export this. We'll call it gray scale. All right, go here. It's right here. Interesting. Okay. Then we're also going to open up our gradient. Shift Control S, JPEG. We'll do okay, something like that. Zoom out a little. So if we use our brush, we are using our brush. Just can't see the edge of it. We paint this edge black, this edge white. Let me redo this. We'll do this on our layer. And let's save this as Preta file. Call this gradient creator. Black, white, and in the middle, we'll do a blue and a green, maybe a brighter green, something like that. And yeah, for the blue, a little darker blue right there. Save. And export, actually. Just keeping them all in the same folder for right now. We'll be exporting a JPEG because we want this really tiny. Gradient. I blue. Now if I use a gradient right here, what do we get? Interesting. That looks kind of bad. Let's blur it. Okay. Then also blur this one. Re-export. A little smoother. Okay, I can't say that that looks much better, so we're not going to go this way. I think that looks kind of bad, so we're just going to get rid of it. Do the normal eye blue-green as our base color. We can reset decal 1. We don't need to do that. Get rid of this. All right. Now let's open up our notepad and in here in the eyes, I'm going to create a new text document. The eye material parameters. That's just a little bit faster. We color adjust. I don't really understand the need to do the decal anymore. Probably just get rid of that. Okay, I thought of how to use them. So, yeah, we're just going to reset the decals. Okay, which means on our controller right here. We're going to start adding some toggles. And these will be called eyes slash Q shift. And it'll be saved. We'll also use a slider. And we're going to add material property. Boom. All right, anything else to add? Yes, we would want to set that to 1. Starts at 0, goes up to 1, yada yada. Copy that, paste as new. And here we'll do saturation. I probably can just guess the spelling on these ones, but no. Hello, Dara. Getting the finishing touches on. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. We're working on variation sliders for our characters here. For hair color and the eye color. But how's it going, Dara? Hopefully you're doing well with what's going on. Excuse me. Ugh. At work presently, just popped in my phone real quick. Heck yeah. Just that. The toggles right here. For now, we'll just drop it in here. So we did saturation, and now we'd like brightness. We'll need to use an apply and upload. For this value, main brightness. Boom. So that will set it to 1. We want the default to be 0.5. And before we do the eye brightness, we would want to add the option, set that same material property to 0. Pretty sure that's how it works. Let's double check. Brightness is at 0. We have -1 and 1. -1. Okay, so still halfway, but when we set it, instead of setting it to 0, -1. That's the floor. All right, that should work. Okay, what's next on my list? We got the emission, eyes, hue shift, saturation, main brightness, and now emission. Okay. Actually, should be at 50%, because those are percents. Save, play. Oh, getting a phone call. One moment, everyone. All right, I'm back. Okay, look at that. Aren't those eyes coming out well? So I think maybe we will add a decal just to do like an override color. It's like, okay, yeah, you want, like this is cool, but the hue change doesn't reflect, like it's not all one color. I like it. It's interesting. But I feel like we could do a little more with it. And then the saturation, I don't think that's actually doing anything. So let's review why that would be the case. Saturation is already at 1. So it goes to 0. Okay. What's the maximum? All right. What does that look like? Ooh, interesting. Super cool. Love how that looks. But in order for it to work properly with our little setup here, we would have to also apply that property. So we'll move this up 1 above the saturation because 10 is the max. That works. Okay, copy this property. Boom. Add another material property. Boom. Set it to 0. Maximum 10. So this should be 10. I believe. To apply. So it shouldn't look any different right now. And yeah, that looks pretty much the same. Okay. So yeah, saturation. Bump that way up. Do the emission. Damn, and those are some colorful eyeballs. Quite pretty, honestly. I am going to go in to the eyeball. I'm going to go down to, scroll on down, all the way down to UVs, parallax height mapping. Interesting. Steps minimum, we're going to set to 32. That should just prevent that stepping that we're seeing. Okay. Beautiful. Is that it? No, the decal. Perfect. We could set it to a color. We have the alpha to blend it in and out. So no tint, maximum tint. And we'll set it to. Yeah, there we go. Beautiful. Okay. So we'll do hue shift 0, alpha 0, renamed. Surely you're taking your time with the eyes. Yeah, I'm trying to make a system. So I don't want to ever have to make this eye controller again or the hair material controller. So I'm trying to make some generic prefabs I can reuse. Should work pretty nicely. Oh, Some decals. Boom. Boom. The animated property name. Oh. I would have loved to have this just be called I. Can I rename? No. Rename material. Work smarter, not harder. Very cis admin engineer of you. Well, thank you. I. Let's just say I. Yeah. Yeah. Which means I do need to rename all these. Oop. Copy. Oh. Well, it's going to be annoying having them all be called I, but that will let me make some very generic systems. Because I don't want to have to do this again. $700 IQ, no 701. Alrighty, so now that we've done that, we got the eye set up on all of them. We got the eye material. I'm gonna lock that in. And I think to separate the eyes, we're gonna have to do it by folders now. So I'm gonna create a folder here, and we'll call this eye customizable. And we're gonna put that right there. Right. And then for this prefab, I'm gonna drag and drop it right here. Boom, so it's its own little controller. And then we'll add it to our main main one. Bam. So prefabs within prefabs within prefabs within prefabs. All right. So now I should be able to drag and drop that on pretty much. Oh, I didn't set up the override color. Let's go back here. Edit in prefab. We're going to make a new. I don't think there's any order for this, so we'll just do. The IQ test doesn't go up to 700. Not yet. Not yet. We'll say eyes, override, color alpha, and go to here. Copy that, paste it here. Value just goes up to 1, doesn't go to 10. Copy. This component as new. This will be override color. Boom. Boom. Save. Back to here. All right. Once again, hit play. So hue shift obviously works, shifts the hue of the main color like that, but then we would want to override it every now and then. Oh, that's the hue that we're doing. Hue, and then this. Bring in whatever color we're overriding with. Change the hue of that. We can slap some emission on there. We can make the eye even brighter if we wanted to. I don't know if brightness. Well, yeah, because we would want brightness without emission sometimes. Just to... Oh. Saturation, we can bump, wow, through the roof to something pretty intense. Wow. There's some magical eyes for you. All right. Should be at 10%. That's our standard. And then we can shift the whole hue over. Something like that. Turn down the override color. Turn it up. All right, I feel like we can get some really interesting looks with that. Cool. There we go. Now we got our nice override. Ready to go. All right. Save this. Update the prefab. Yeah. Wow. Well. Now draw her breakdancing. Now watch this drive. All right. I don't know where it's oh wait, isn't that George Bush? He's like we thank our men and women for their sacrifice, blah 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 blah. Now watch this drive. Okay. So, in order to package up our elf, I think we're gonna move the elves uploader into here. We're gonna call this Penelope uploader, like so. And then we're gonna right click here and say export package, because this should be what's linking everything together. And it looks like a lot of our matte caps are kind of spread out. We also have Go-Go Loco for some reason. But we want to extract the matte caps or duplicate them and bring them in to my folder, so it's not looking anywhere else for them. Actually, before that, what is our upload size right now? Texture memory, 104. For the VR chat, that's performance ranks. Been a while since I looked at this. Texture memory 40. Oh, so we're still in medium, even with what I have. Okay, nice. So I certainly think a lot of a lot of what I'm using could be like in the shared assets, the eyes. That's a little bit of a mess. La, 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 la. We're not that far over our triangle count. Oh, Ariso, I have a question for you. Or I guess this question goes out to anyone, but do you know of a component that would delete an object when it's getting uploaded? Like VRC Fury has the options to like set the states of certain objects, but I would love a component to delete an object from the avatar when it's getting uploaded, before it gets uploaded. Is that really? Is it just there? I swear I was looking for that the other day. Oh well. Okay. There we go. Is this new? I swear I did that in the past looking for it. Oh. Entire object and all children be deleted during upload. No other VRC components stored within will be processed. Pleasure to help you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, that's awesome. So now that will give me the ability to choose which hairstyle I have. Because I'm pretty sure that that'd be the next cool thing, would be combining meshes. Be 3 Oreos plus taxes, by the way. Not the Oreo tax. Hmm. Blood shake. Blood shake. Hmm. Interesting. Oops. Okay, so no way to merge objects. In an ideal world, we'd merge the hair into the body because we don't need it to be separate. Apply during upload. Okay. Now, I don't know how many verts that is, though. Verts. 12,000? Okay, that should put me at a medium rank. Nice. So we're only over 12,000. Nice. Oh! Wait, no. Yeah, that's right. Oh, yeah. Okay, good. Nice. So people will be able to get a medium rank. Oh, yeah. That's always a nice feeling. Yeah. All right, let's give it a shot. Let's upload. Build and publish. Gonna make a wheelchair with a humanoid animation that plays the Eye of Crippling Depression clip when the avatar jumps and sits on it. I like that. I can see that doing really well. Meme avatars. Oh, I have received meme. Loading so slow. Amazing. Beautiful. Powerful. I hate my mouse. It just does not work sometimes. I click and it doesn't want to click. The long ass upload. Here we go. So does that have a medium ranking there then? Check. Ah, gotta boot up my headset. Oh. Bow, 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 bow. Perfect. Sorry, I'm gonna have to stand over here for a little bit. So I gotta just do this. Loading. been a while since I tested an avatar on stream. Oh, I'm floating. Floater. So sad. I still good. My face might be a little far forward from the. No, that feels right. There we go. Hello. Hello. Beep bop boop beep bop. Ah. Ooh. Can't smile. All right. Okie dokie. Oh. Ho 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 ho. The hands grip super slow. I don't know. Do you see how that slow the fingers move? Yeah. Okay, it needs to prioritize being returned to the sheet. That's an option. Nice. Oh, my feet! Okay. Cool. So face the whole time. So funny. Beautiful, perfect. Okay, the hair edge. Wow. Now that's an expression. Oh. Oh. Okay, the hair edge is not matching the color of what I changed. It's just picking up the face texture, I think, or something. It's like a yellowish color. Should match the color of whatever hair I've added. Alright, looks good though. And then hair shadow. It's a bit darker. Okay, I'm also gonna disable gesture expressions because it's annoying that it keeps changing. And then hair edge. I can make darker or brighter, but again, it's still kind of got a yellow tint. Yeah. There we go. All right. Fun. Okay. There we go. Do a flip. I would die if I did a flip. I would just die. Okay, so the main things that were an issue, let's write these down, were the edge hair color loses tint. The feet missing. Ooh! Oh, man, that's a bad idea. Yeah, felt good. The hand weight or wrist weight painting. Oh, and then lip corners and expressions. So let's start closing some of this stuff down because I'm just taking up way too much space right now. So when we open the mouth, that's extremely exaggerated, but we do get this right here. I do not like this. Let's do some investigating on the weight painting. Weight-wise, there's some. If I was to paint it out there, and smooth it in again, so sharp. So I think we'd want to move the influence of this one onto it a little bit more. Okay, good. So it is just a weight painting issue. That makes it very tractable. So, using the restroom, did you say something? Just going over my to-do list here for tweaks and things like that. No questions for you, though. All right, so let's go back to the source body right here. Turn on the rig as well. Just enable this for a moment. Go to the weights, take this one, and we just want to move this down a little. something to that effect. Beautiful. Let's look at the wrist now. That's something I'm doing wrong. I keep modeling the hand in a relaxed grip, but in a T pose, the fingers would be touching. There's way too much space between my fingers. So we're gonna update our pose here to be like that. Oh my god. Good God. Anything else to change? Oh, just double checking that wrist there. Yeah, okay, this is just too far here. Let's do something like this temporarily. It's not awful. Because you know, I think the actual wrist bone is in a slightly incorrect spot. Should really be right there. Reloaded the stream and Amazon gave me a smart lawnmower ad. That's a first. What the heck? Is it one of those like Roomba lawnmowers? If something like that was paying attention, just saw a smart lawnmower. My lawn is so goddamn smart. Excuse me. All right. I think that's good. Anything else to add there? Okay, let's refresh the body and redo those expressions. And suggestion for learning body proportions and anatomy. The field I always find myself lacking at is making bodies and faces. And for once, I actually want to learn it, this time for real. I don't see myself as a 2D artist, so I don't feel like drawing resources could be of help. Um, really, all art just comes from the breaking down of shapes. So it's like, I think as long as you are looking at a reference, like you're like, I'm going to try to make this thing, and you try really hard to get to that point where it resembles it. Like, for example, a good challenge might be I'm going to spend 30 minutes every morning trying to sculpt a person's face. You get reference photos, look at that person, try to sculpt their face, do it for 30 minutes to an hour every day, and do that for a month. And by the end of that month, you're going to feel pretty confident. Just keep the. I personally prefer faster studies over long studies, but it's mostly my attention span. But I think that you just like if you see something, try to sculpt that thing, try to sculpt a hand, try to sculpt the whole body really quickly. But I think the goal in studying is try to learn as much as possible and not care about the end result. Like don't do it to try to make a perfect sculpture or anything. You're trying to get to that goal, but the point is the time. You just want to get in the habit of every day I'm doing one thing that if I do it frequently enough, consistently enough, I'll have built up this skill. And I think it's dangerous to just do the same thing day after day. If you break it up, it's a lot easier to come back to. But if you're like, I'm going to do one sculpture over the course of a month, I think you would not enjoy it as much. Yeah, just get photo references, faces, bodies, and just sculpt away. Another really great tool that I saw recently was anatomy for artists. No. Actually, this is a great site right here. It's kind of a funny little ad, but it's Anatomy 360. So it's a bunch of like anatomical 3D scans, and they have reference images and stuff. But definitely great resource. And then there's also this fucking mouse. It just keeps deselecting. No, I'm clicking. Anatomy for sculptors. And then I think this is the other one I was using. It's a whole breakdown of like the human body, muscles, and stuff like that. It is double clicking accidentally, right? No, it's just letting go. It's something. There's like a sweet spot on the click, and sometimes it like changes. It's just an old mouse. I need a new one. But yeah, those would be my recommendations there. You know, I think um, the desire to improve is a double-edged sword. You want to use it to get into a rhythm and develop a habit. The habit's going to be the most important part. Don't worry about um, don't worry about end results. Just focus on for this amount of time, every week, every day, every month. I'm being consistent with it, and you're those small, consistent gains are the most powerful type of gains you can have as an artist or anyone learning anything. Last thing, anything related to anime style, like recommendations, because that's my field at the end of the day. Um, I know you said you felt like drawing didn't help you, but the core of anime is stylization. Um, what was that site? Here. This one's not quite anime style necessarily, but it's about drawing. Let me see if I can find them. Probably bookmarked them. Yeah. Okay. They're called the Etherington Brothers, and they do a lot of breakdowns of like, oops, see there, did it again, um, of like different of stylization. I feel like all their stuff is super applicable both to anime, just drawing in general, and stylization in general. Um, it does have a focus on drawing, but I do feel that uh, that it's quite useful. I'll post that in chat. Because what's fascinating about drawing more than most other mediums, um, I guess you could say this about a lot of them, but drawing really, especially comics, are really good, and comics and anime, really good at bridging your understanding versus what you're actually looking at. Like with drawing, you can shorthand things. You can draw a symbol, like an eye symbol. We interpret that as an eye, even though it looks nothing in reality like an eye, but we understand it like one. Um, and that really is where anime does a lot of heavy lifting. They just kind of leave things vague or implied or stylized in a way where we understand what it is, even though has stopped looking like reality uh, a while ago. And that's the fun part. Okay, we fixed the lip corner. We did the hand, wrist. Feet are missing uh, on our dealio. That's because we were using this offset, but we can no longer use that offset. So let's go ahead and select it. UV discard bodysuit. So for the outfit, basically we just want the section that the foot is visible in, which would be this here, because we can see that. You can probably get rid of this. And we're going to make another group called UV discard feet. Sign. Yeah, that's right. Feet. You heading out? I'll catch you later, Arisa. I'll be taking my leave for now. Thank you, Sam, for everything. Absolutely. Hope wishing you well getting out of your fun. Be healthy. That's all I can really recommend. Be healthy with it. Be motivated, but be healthy. And that's, you'll get through it. Catch you later. Bye, Arisa. Bye. Oh, my throat. All right, so we separated that into its own vertex group, and we're going to duplicate this now and say 1, 0, and we'll adjust that UV discard feet, and so that should offset our selection on this UV map 1 tile, and it should be good. And we'll say body suit, that, and then feet. Anything else? This should be our final changes in Blender. And we can turn this off. We can go to Penelope here. Selector, and we're going to update her. Loading. Chillin'. Chillin' like a villain. Right. Save. So now the character should be updated, and we're going to update our VR chat expressions. Okay. Turn on that rig. So for our vice seams, which overall look pretty good, we could adjust some of them. The mouth funnel. One for ooh. Yeah, we just need to go through all of them. So we'll start at 54. Our blink looks okay, but a little squished there. I wonder why it's stuck. Yeah. And that is a bummer, actually. I want it to be perfect. Anyway. 54. 5 is sill, so just a still frame. Look up, look down, those are fine. Why is it so slow? Oh, that is so laggy. Why is it so slow? Really should not be. Something else must be attached to the rig. Blender, find all objects attached to rig. Code it. There we go. All the outfit items. Still wicked slow. None of them even have a triangulate. That's just with parenting though. Go remove armature. Let's get rid of the armature completely. Goes. Okay, well, there's one thing that might have been slowing it down. Another. It's a beautiful texture. Okay, let's see if that was enough. No difference, no change at all. Blender, moving rig very slow. Interesting. So what if I do difference? Sorry. Annoying. Okay. Then I do need to make a little script for it. Can't just find that. New file. This is thing. All right, new file. Find all objects using armature. Okay. Create a Python script to find all objects using the selected armature. And this script find objects that have not been, that are not in the current view layer. All right, let's see if this works. Take this, move it over. Hello, Liv Jr. Welcome back. How you doing? The Bobby cage. Loading. Loading. Just stuck loading. I'm only saving 3. I'm struggling to do a topology on a model. Uh-oh. What kind of model are you making? Just an avatar or humanoid? Please tell me I don't have to close Blender. I literally, all I did was save this project. Blender! Blender! I'll kill you, Blender. I have to run that script again. So I'll take a screenshot of it. Well, if you need any help or have any questions, let me know. But I'm wishing you well with your topology journey. Woo! Oh, thank you. All right, so we did. That one's fine. Fine. This one's fine. Data transfer. Did that one already. Oh, the hairs. That could do it for sure. It's an image on my server. Okay, check it out. Struggling to do the topology here. First image is the back, second is from the front. Excuse me. So for me, how I would solve this is just to make sure that um, this edge here, like I'd basically make them two separate pieces, you know. I can really see my mouse letting go there. But I'd make them two separate pieces. So there's a gap between them, and then you can properly assess how you want to bridge them. My guess is that you have a spiral. So with a spiral, probably this edge here goes around and it comes back on the front, which is not ideal. I think this mouse is breaking. Something like that. But yeah, in order to just properly assess it, I wouldn't worry about connecting them. Just make them two separate boundaries first. They have the same amount of edges. The main thing you want to solve isn't connecting them, but making sure that your shoulder is correct. That this little loop that you did here is working as expected, and you have like a full circle. Yeah. That'd be my advice. Because as long as you know that they have the same edge count around it, then they should be able to connect fine. All right, all right. There we go. Is it faster now? Not really. Why is it so slow? Oh my god. There's no way it should be this slow. It's literally going to take me a million years just to do anything. That's a little faster. It has to be. Has to be that. Hmm. What steps are you expecting to get to by end of stream? This looks really far along. I just need to do the expressions, and then that's pretty much it. Then we're uploading at that point, making some branding and stuff like that. Let's say it's just the rig by itself. Huh. Why would it still be that slow? Like, let's just say update armature. Last elf stream, that was quick. Sort of. Probably the last work on elf. I don't know how to describe that. I still need to do a lot of branding and uploading, so that'll take time, but I'm not in a rush to do that. It's not going to be my main focus. Ugh. Interesting. Um, Here's what we're going to try. We're going to just... We're just going to make a new scene. New. We're going to call this source assets. Or, sure. And body. Then we'll go to scenes. And I'm going to take everything here, move them there. Will I still be able to make them that way? So like off stream work, you're saying? No, I'll definitely be doing stuff. It's just not the end. What I've realized is like making the product is just kind of the beginning, really. You gotta still do a lot of legwork to get it to sell and stuff like that. So is this faster now? What is going on? Something about this is just so slow. It just is insanely slow. So I've taken some avatars recently and rearranging them to make them look cool, like a video game cover or something. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, for my that's very involved. It's fun. It's like a nice you make the toy, you get to play with the toy. Really not that much. 54,000? Generally, it's not even that many trials. Why? Something's wrong with my file. There's too many vertex groups? I don't think so. So I'm curious, would this still update? Hmm, that's cool. Loading. Okay, that didn't work. Hmm. Still using it? Hmm. It's really not using it though. Okay, well, we just gotta put up with this really slow ass rig for some reason. Hmm. I have to know. I'm gonna do File, Save As, Penelope, Face Expressions. I'm gonna go in here. I'm gonna delete literally everything else because I don't want to waste a million years just trying to get stuff to load. Okay, see, that's how fast it should be. Actually, let me back up real quick. Which one was slowing it down? It's got to be body source, right? That's slow. Okay. So within body source, at the body cage, body low poly, something with body low poly. Huh. I've got remove armature on there. So if I delete this hierarchy, is it fast now? It is. I don't understand. This modifier is literally not enabled. It's in a collection that is disabled, but just having it on there is slowing it down. That's unfair. That's actually super annoying. Hurry. Okay. Made the topology on the arm, but I don't know if it's gonna look all right. Feel free to send me another, or do you post another screenshot? Let's take a look. Yeah, that looks fine to me. Really, all you want, like your main goal when you're creating quad topology, you're making squares and you're not making triangles and you're trying to get good loops. You know, they fully loop, they don't spiral, they're not stretching too much. Your main goal with quad topology is nice, even squares. So I would say for here, it's like, you know, you could continue to subdivide it. If we look at my character right here, you know, I'm just shooting for, you can see these get kind of rectangular here, but overall, nice, even loops is the name of the game. That's kind of the goal. Okay. We should actually be able to now properly create some expressions. $59. Some fudge. 60 is the 61 is d. That's fine. '63 is ch. Do, 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 do. 65 is 6 is R. R. 67 is ah. 68 is eh. And then E. 70. Oh. I don't like how that one looks, to be honest. All right, everyone, I'm back. Can I get a screenshot of the topology for reference on what the this character? Oh, get my mouse. Mouse, oh, so bad. Oh my god, mouse. All right. Working now. So, which expression were we on? 70 was O, 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 O. Good. Where's my mouth funnel? 22. She's pog camping. Hello, Rashad. All right, now we're gonna clean up these really Oblivion. Funny about trying to find expression references from celebrities is they really don't have much. You realize that they may not have much range. Hmm. We got a disgusted look. Eyebrows look goofy. They're kind of gaining too much volume, I would say. We also have these secondary bones. We can kind of raise the nose up a little bit. We got a little bit of nose movement, really seal the deal. And we get rage, where we bring up this point, bring this one down. Get that cheek squint up. The pursed lips are odd. I'll just bring those together. This one is the most egregious. That's actually not true. There is one that's a little even sillier looking. Let's try to do like a hurt expression. Seems like a critical part of a hurt expression is this kind of upper crevice of the eye. Gonna keep this open here. So sad. We do kind of bring up our cheek squint. Okay. I feel like the eyebrows squishes too much. I'll take one. More one. Thank you. This one feels good. Just kind of a confident expression. That one's way too much. Okay. All right. This is the one that's in need of the most work. Okay. That should be good. Let's save that. I'm going to update the body. And we're just going to chill for a second while this loads. All right, so we updated this. Now on our shape keys, we should have some very nice expressions. Okay, good. And now we can make sure that we're not doing any expression. Just to make sure we have basis selected. Save everything. And get it out there. Wow. Ooh. Crunchy. Loading, loading, loading. Keep them doggies loading. Right. Load. All right, back to Unity, which I closed like a fool. Yeah. All right, latest version. Bada boom. There were a few main things I wanted to check. First is that my hands are very broken. Hmm. Hmm. Something's wrong here on the hand. They look like that. And it's here too. Even when I enforce the T-pose, we're still getting this oddness right here. When we look at the hand, I see what's going on. So okay. So what's happening is that AutoRig Pro is probably getting rid of this bone here and then merging it with the hand, which is what we want. But it's not happening quite that way, is it? Uh, that's a tricky one to make any changes with or for. Quite tricky, to be honest. My classic issue. A ring longer than the middle. All right, we need to do a little bit of tweaking to the rig. Much better. Now it's still going to export improperly. Again, because the hand weights are included on the export, the hand bones, I think. This just goes hand. 1, 2, 3. We have those middle bones, we'd see them. Maybe I can just adjust my export settings. Include a full facial bone export, but for some reason it's okay. That means we're just gonna have to stick with it, I suppose. That's a bummer. Just left this like lumpy hand. Try that again. No more bumpy hand. That should be one of the last tweaks before uploading. Just need to make sure that the feet are getting turned off with the boots. Delete that, drop this here. So currently, it should be disabled. And then this toggle will be to turn it back on. Yeah. And then on the toggle here. So when the boots are on, or when we toggle it, turns the boots off. Yeah, we just want to add that animation clip. Ugh. So we turn off the boots. Oh! And I just need to adjust the one more. Just do it right there. Unlock the shader. Beautiful. Looks good. Oh, there's one other thing I need to add. Right. Okay. Ah! All right, let's do one more test in VR chat, build and publish again. And then we'll do a review in VR, see how it's going. Go from there. All right, grab my heads. Give me a little bit, and then we'll see where I'm at. Load in. Loading, loading. Million years later. Million bajillion years. Okay. All right. Hands are still moving slow. Let's say the fingers could be bigger. The fingers a little bit longer. If I can. Oh wow. Forgot her hair was good. The expressions look a lot better. Oh, 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 oh. My feet are on. It's good. Good stuff. She's doing a little chicken dance. Need to prioritize the belt back. Let's write these down. So Russians, and then this would be sword, not holstering. Uh, what else? I think that's about it. There's no hole in the scabbard. Scabbard hole. Fingers short. And then what else? What else? Outline, size, highlight. That should be about it. Fingers crossed. Oh, and then weights. Anything else? I think that's about it. Okay. And see through the scabbard hole as well. Back face clawing. Clawing. Yeah, we need to get some. Probably put a little bit more time into the scabbard. All right. What else? For the scabbard, that'd be this here. So when we're considering the order of things on here, we want to consider enabled first. Yeah. All right. So that should be pretty much it for our character. For the sword, for the scabbard. Oh. Have a mirror on it? Oh, I see. Gotta love adding an array to an object, then applying the scale because you forgot. This looks like a hot mess. Go. Then the scabbard will just update. And then we'll go to sword and scabbard. These two we don't do anything with. What we want is to export this collection. Okay. Then open up Painter. I'm probably going to shut down the stream in about 20 minutes. The heads up. Yeah. Where'd my step go? Oh, boom, 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 boom. Wow. Phew. That worked pretty well. Oh, she's so close to done. I'm going to go ahead and end the stream here. I will be back tomorrow. As always, with the final touches on avatars, things take a little bit longer. But we will be done soon. Super close to finish, but I need to go eat. I need to go work out. So we're going to call it here for today, and I'll be back tomorrow for another day. Tomorrow? Thursday. No, it's Friday. Today's Thursday. Wow. Flying by. All right, but I'll see you then. Arctic, you enjoy the rest of your day as well. Thank you so much. Liv Jr., Rashad, anyone else that's lurking out there, Ariso, Snardum if you're out there, Ro, anyone else that's lurking. Hope you all have an amazing day. Dara, and I'll catch you all very, very soon for Friday. If I don't see you tomorrow, enjoy your weekend.